Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are St. Louis.
Early on here tonight, rain is falling here at Busch Stadium. We will have a delay, but we will have baseball at some point. Tarp on the field. No surprise, that's been the story of this homestand. Rain, rain, and more rain. Well, let's flash back. First week of this season in Arizona. 16 innings. Jason Kubel rumbling home for a victory. And then last night, 14 innings. Lost to Victor Marte, and the Diamondbacks take game number 2. That's Rick Horton. I'm Dan McLaughlin, and welcome to St. Louis Cardinals baseball. So because of the long night last night, the bullpens on both sides were used a bunch. You wonder how that plays into tonight's ball game.
Well, it's definitely going to be an issue, Dan. You look at the number of pitches that were thrown last night. 240 for the Diamondbacks, the Cardinals with 221. But here's the rest of the story. The Cardinals used 4 relievers to throw 2+ innings, so you would think they're not available tonight. On the Diamondback side, Colemanter went 4 innings, so their bullpen a little more rested as a whole.
And Mike Matheny and John Mozeliak have called up Victor Marte, or rather Michael Clado. Victor Marte going down to the minor leagues, so they do have a little insurance in that regard. So let's tell you about the starters here tonight. When we come back, it's the lefty Wade Miley. He has struggled in the month of May, hoping to change his fortunes in June. And Joe Kelly, hard-throwing right-hander for St. Louis. So look at those two next. To look at what he's done as a starter and as a reliever.
Joe Kelly has been a very good pitcher for the Cardinals since being called up from the minor leagues. In fact, there was a couple of month period where Joe Kelly was as good as anybody on the Cardinal staff and did not have a very good spring training, getting his first start of the season. He is our Toyota key to the game. They need a good start from the young right-hander, Joe Kelly. Rain is just about ready to go away. More after this.
Of a star. His name, Yadier Molina. Not in the lineup tonight, but his impact has been felt for years here at Busch Stadium.
The face of the St. Louis franchise is at his best when his face can't be seen at all. The art of calling a game is the most subtle attribute a catcher brings to his job, and no one does it better than Yadier Molina. Despite coming from a lineage of catchers, Molina entered the Cardinals farm system raw. Admirable defensive skills and the right tools, but lacked the know-how until he found the perfect big league catcher to emulate. Mike Matheny was intelligent. Mike Matheny was tough. The four-time Gold Glove catcher was one of the best in the game and could clearly see the Cardinals had something special in Yadier Molina.
And you could see that he was conscientious. You could see the talent was there too, but he just had a drive. There's 20 catchers in camp, but he stood out then, and every year he just continued to improve. It was fun to watch how he progressed, and when he got here, there was no turning back.
When Molina made his debut back in 2004, he was only 21, but already Gold Glove caliber. His technique was always sound, his arm was always strong, but he was saddled with an inadequate bat. 10 seasons later, those inadequacies at the plate are long forgotten, and Molina is as disciplined as any hitter in the game. Shelby Miller has captured baseball's attention this season, especially following his first career shutout against Colorado. But the rookie was quick to point out the credit belonged to his catcher.
Well, Yadi calls, I throw, and he was calling the right thing all night, and we kept going to the same thing. We were mixing it up and getting hitters off the fastball when we needed to, and throwing a curveball, and he's helping me out tremendously. And I'm just happy that he's my catcher, that's for sure.
Adam Wainwright has thrown 15,361 pitches to Yadier Molina, the final pitch of the 2006 NLCS, the final pitch of the 06 World Series, the final pitch of each of his 6 career complete game shutouts. Adam says Molina's strength is giving his pitchers confidence to throw any pitch, anytime.
When you're a pitcher and you're taking the mound and you have no other thoughts of anything besides executing the pitch. You don't have to worry about him not blocking the ball or him not receiving it just right. All you have to do is throw the pitch and make the pitch. And when you have a catcher like that, it gives you supreme confidence in yourself, and without that, you're nothing.
There have been a few players who can bring the fans to Busch: Musial, Gibson, Brock, Smith, McGuire, Pujols. Yadi's name can now be added to that list. The hard-throwing, soft-spoken catcher has a passion for baseball and a passion for winning. His 5 Gold Gloves, 4 All-Star Game appearances, and 2 World Series rings are a testament to what Cardinal fans are watching. A career defined for its consistency and a career that is destined for Cooperstown.
Of this series tonight, a big crowd expected here at Busch Stadium as the Cardinals look to get back on track. Alan Craig in the middle of the lineup. He's set to go. So are we. Baseball next. By Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer. Log on to STLChevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake, just no equal. Are they thinking about pulling the tarp? How about it, fellas, huh? Roll it up. Let's get some baseball in tonight. Helitech rain delay, tarp on the field. Back with more in a moment from Busch, Arizona, St. Louis tonight at some point in Game 3. As the rain is falling here at Busch Stadium, we understand, though, not a long delay tonight. We'll have baseball for you on Fox Sports Midwest.
Come on, Frankie. How are you, man? Good to see you.
Here's a look at Joe Kelly making the start tonight, his first start of this season. He has been working out of the bullpen for the St. Louis Cardinals, and because of the doubleheader over the weekend, Joe Kelly will get the start tonight. His good buddy Shelby Miller tomorrow, and then Wainwright on Friday. Here's a lineup that he will face. It's Parra, Bloomquist, and Goldschmidt, followed by Kubel, Ross, and Prado, Gregorius, Nieves, and Wade Miley hitting 118. Defense for the Cardinals, statistically one of the best in baseball. Tony Cruz, just his 5th start at catcher this season. Yadier Molina has dropped his 1-game appeal of the suspension, so that'll be served tonight. Ty Wigginton will be your backup, and there's a look at the Kia starter, Joe Kelly.
Kelly, a year ago, 5-7. A lot of those came in his 16 starts with the Cardinals. Not going to really mess up his normal routine because this is his first start of the season. I'm talking about the rain here tonight. We'll see if it affects Wade Miley.
Sure, Mama's proud when she sees that. Adam Wainwright having a little fun before tonight's first pitch.
Absolutely love it.
Adam was telling me the other day that from the outside, fans would look at his trade from Atlanta to St. Louis as a career difference maker, clearly going to a new team and new organization. He said, they taught me to throw the two-seamer, sink the ball. He had strictly been a 4-seam pitcher at that time, changed his career. And here's Joe Kelly, the first pitch grounded by Parra to Matt Carpenter. What how Matt Carpenter felt this morning when he got up?
I would say a little sore. He got hit 3 times by pitches yesterday, and a lot of speculation about whether or not we'll see any aftermath in this game today. Cardinals would have a problem if Joe Kelly actually did that and got tossed out of this game. So I think perhaps you just kind of put it in the back of your mind and remember it down the road. The Cardinals bullpen a little light.
If you're Arizona, taking a lot of pitches against Joe Kelly, working counts tonight, game plan to get into the bullpen of St. Louis.
Well, how about that pitch in the early going? Maybe well disguised, meaningful, and I'm okay with it. And maybe that's all we need. But if you're Arizona, absolutely, Dan, although Parra swung at the first pitch in the first, but you really would, if you're the D-backs, want to see Kelly get that pitch count up to 60, 70, 80 midway through this game, and there's a question how far he can go anyway.
Well, the players won't talk about it. We can. I would think somebody from Arizona properly, and there is Cosma, puts it away off the bat of Willie Bloomquist, and it brings in Paul Goldschmidt, but properly, professionally, needs to get one in the ribs, in the back, whatever, because Matt Carpenter was hit 3 times last night.
I think we just saw it.
That's not enough, though, if I'm Matt Carpenter. What does that prove? You pitched inside, so what?
Well, he came in way inside with the idea. I think the message was sent. There was no pain to it, if that's what you're looking for.
I want pain.
That's where I thought you were headed with that.
Pain, Ricky.
Well, you have a message and you have pain, Dan. I think you sent the message and maybe you were a little light on the pain.
I got you. Here is Paul Goldschmidt. What a season he has had thus far. That pitch taken a little bit low. Joe Kelly was really fighting it in spring. It was Rosenthal, Miller, and Kelly all going for a spot in the rotation. Went to Miller. Kelly the odd man out. And there's a line shot, base hit into right field. And in my mind, going into spring, probably it was Joe Kelly's spot to lose at that time.
Goldschmidt, one of the top hitters in the National League through the first third of the season. Very complete player, has power, and we see him hitting the other way. He also runs well. 6 stolen bases. Cardinals with Tony Cruz behind the plate tonight. You mentioned Yachty serving his suspension, and again, we talked about it during the telecast last night. When you play as many innings as the Cardinals played yesterday, not a bad day for him to be off.
2 outs and a runner at first. Jason Kubel. And by the way, we are having a little fun about the hit by pitch or sending a message, but clearly you do like to see the players police themselves, and you also are sticking up for a teammate. It's part of the game.
I actually like it when both sides have calm heads about it. Mike Matheny made the comment, look, we actually know they weren't trying to hit Matt Carpenter. They were trying to pitch him in. Yes, the ball's got away. Yeah, we're not happy about it. Something to that effect. And I think Kirk Gibson, on the other hand, would say, yeah, I wouldn't like that either. And you throw one up and in on our guy that's hitting .643, Willie Bloomquist. I get it. Okay, let's move on. And I think as long as you kind of have cool heads about it, I think you can send the message. Umpires don't have to be involved with it, and you can move on. I saw a pitcher get tossed in an American League game this week who got thrown out for hitting a guy with a curveball. And to me, that's just silly. I mean, there's no way he's throwing at somebody. So when you get the umpires involved, you can get some improper judgments in terms of what's in the mind of the pitcher.
2-0 pitch. Kelly to Kubel. Take it for a ball. Joe last year working out of both the starting rotation and the bullpen. And he emerged on the scene just at the right time and really caught the attention of a lot of fans, us, certainly the coaching staff, the Major League Club here in St. Louis. A 3-0 pitch to the cleanup man, Kubel. This is outside. It's a walk.
Dan, you mentioned it was his job to lose in spring training. By the time he kind of started getting into televising games in spring training, it seemed as if he'd lost it that quickly. And I don't really know what he did to lose it. And I think really it's a matter of Shelby Miller just kind of blowing past him more than anything else. And you've got a guy with some versatility in Joe Kelly that can do multiple jobs. But Shelby Miller not only had a good spring, he's been terrific through the first couple months of the season.
Joe and Shelby, Rosenthal as well, all very close coming through the Cardinals farm system. That's swung on and missed by Cody Ross. He's in right field tonight. No Miguel Montero in this lineup this evening. There's a look at Shelby, and he'll get the start tomorrow night here in St. Louis.
Drawing Ian Kennedy.
Runners at first and second. The 0-1 pitch by Joe Kelly.
Kelly has not really been that effective out of the Cardinals bullpen this year. Hasn't been terrible, but way too many base runners. He's averaged 2 base runners an inning, giving up 29 hits and 7 walks in just 18 innings. And 2 runners aboard here in the first.
One pitch. Paul Nowert is the home plate umpire. Angel Hernandez, one of the all-time favorites among fan bases throughout Major League Baseball, is at first. Jordan Baker at second, and the crew chief Dana DeMuth is at third. The 2-1 pitch. The fastball misses low. Strike zone fairly tight here for Joe Kelly with the rain falling. Very light rain here at the ballpark.
Borderline. Fastball command, very important. We saw that from Victor Marte last night. That's where his troubles began. Fastball command.
Took something off that pitch at 84. And it's 3-2. So the runner's off with this pitch here in the top of the first with 2 down. 3-2 pitch to Ross. Ground ball, backing up Freeze. Long throw across the diamond, and Joe Kelly gets out of early trouble. The bruised and battered Matt Carpenter leads it off when we come back. Game offensively for St. Louis with a triple, and then not once, not twice, 3 times. Hit by pitches, 22nd time that has happened in baseball history. The fastballs up and into Carpenter. The last to have that done to him was Austin Kearns in 2010, but only 22 times in Major League history, and a sore number that you're going to be a part of if you're Matt Carpenter. Number 22 hit by pitches 3 times in one game.
And it's not something that really has been a typical thing for him either. It's not as if he's a guy that you say, oh, well, he gets hit a lot, and it just happens to be that he got hit 3 times in one game. It's kind of an oddity for him. And not wearing the batting gloves, and the fact that he's a hot hitter, the fact that, you know, he has been really the fuel for this offense. Certainly suspicious. Wade Miley, the left-hander, has had trouble winning this month.
Slowly hit to the right side. Paul Goldschmidt is there, steps on the bag for the first out. Take a look at Mike Matheny's lineup. Carpenter, Beltran, and Holiday. The cleanup man, Alan Craig, his first home run at home was last night. The red-hot David Freese, Shane Robinson, Cruz, Cosma, and the pitcher Joe Kelly, who is 0 for 2. Diamondbacks defense pretty good this year. Willie Bloomquist, 4th start at second base this year. The says start behind home plate. And here is Carlos Beltran.
Mentioned Miley's struggles, Dan, in his last 4 games has an ERA over 9. And the word on Miley is his stuff is just as good as it was a year ago when he was second in the Rookie of the Year balloting. Really, the stuff isn't different, but what he's saying is he's thinking too much, and he has so many things going on in his head, he can't kind of keep them all straight, and he's kind of has this kind of negative energy going, and he just can't get to the confident level where he was a year ago. It's not arm injury, it's not stuff, it's just execution.
Check swing and a strikeout of Beltran. Month of May, a month that Wade Miley would like to forget. 1-5 ERA of 7.34.
A year ago, 16-11, an ERA in the low 3s. He was an all-star for the Diamondbacks.
All-star for Arizona.
And one of the best young lefties in the game. And just a year later, struggling. One thing about Wade Miley is you'll see him work quickly. Does not like to turn his back on home plate. Wants to just get right back up on the mound and throw. Believes that that helps his control. Helps him kind of maintain the pace of the game that he's trying to set. So the hitter either has to be ready, or if you want to control that pace, you're going to have to step out some.
Diamondbacks did that last night against Michael Wacha, stepping out a number of times, really disrupting the flow of the young right-hander for St. Louis as he was roughed up a bit last night. Here's a 1-2.
Watch how quickly Miley will be ready for this next pitch. He's thrown it. He's on the rubber. He's ready.
And his defense says thank you. Keeps them ready as well. Still raining here at the ballpark. We understand at some point that will stop. More of a nuisance right now than anything else. But we have had some rain on this homestand. Have we ever? The 2-2 to Holiday. Mentioned that Miley is struggling. So is Matt. Cardinal left fielder is 6 for his last 38. And his average right now at the start of play, 249. It's the lowest it's ever been this late in a season in his career. Last year at 276. Better numbers all around. The 2-2.
Matt did have 2 hits yesterday. Cardinals just couldn't come up with the big hit yesterday. Left too many on base. And a bit of an oddity that the Cardinals are 0-4 in extra inning games.
Well, if you take it back to the start of the 2012 season, the Cardinals are 6-16 in extra inning games. In 9-inning affairs, 120 and 78. And that's taken high. So a 2-out walk. Cardinals have a chance to separate themselves from Pittsburgh in this ball game tonight. Pittsburgh nearly no hit today by Atlanta. Braves have now won 15 of their last 19. Wandy Rodriguez made the start for Pittsburgh, had to leave with tenderness in his elbow and his forearm. 14 pitches for him. He was through. And a near no hitter for the top prospect, at least one of them for the Atlanta Braves.
Julio Teheran got within 4 outs of a no hitter. Brandon Inge broke it up in the 8th. The pinch hit single. Teheran struck out 11 in that game.
A short lead at first by Holiday. Craig with 4 home runs. As I mentioned earlier, his first at home came last night.
First of many. Craig really showed his power here last night with that home run, but what we liked about it, it was a towering shot, Dan, that the ball just kept carrying and carrying, and at first we didn't think it would get out of here, but the power hitters have that way of just finishing their swing and creating that extra 10 feet that gets the ball out of the ballpark. I would have thought it was an out.
Certain guys rise to the occasion of coming through in key spots. Craig has done that. Injuries allowed him to play in 2011. We got a glimpse at what was to come, and we're seeing young players emerge and now turning into veterans and stars right before our eyes. Alan Craig, one of those. The 1-2 on the inside corner, strikeout of Alan Craig. 2 in the inning for Wade Miley. 8 gallons or more now until June 30th. 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. Visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. Joe Kelly back to work. And Kelly will deal with Prado, Gregorius, and Will Nieves. Just free and easy. Rick, you're a former pitching coach with the Cleveland Indians, and I know you really like to see the technique of certain pitchers when you watch Joe Kelly. Pretty free and easy, not a big guy, and he's throwing high 90s.
Well, it's interesting. He does get it up high 90s, no doubt.
There's a liner to right center field. Beltran won't get it, and Prado is on his way to second base. Leadoff double standing up.
Kelly doesn't do it the normal way, though, Dan. He's kind of almost a sidewinder. If you think about Kelly, Mitchell Boggs a little bit the same way, that they don't go straight to the plate like a Lance Lynn does or an Adam Wainwright. They kind of come around a little bit, but he has a certain ability to get extension. He's very kind of, you can tell he's long-armed and he really finishes pitches well. That location, however, a little bit too center cut. And Prado, who's hit .341 in his last 10 games, gets it started.
Replay brought to you by Plaza Tire Service. Rain continues to fall here in downtown St. Louis. D.D. Gregorius hits from the left side, batting .314. The speedster and shortstop swings through a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. We saw his speed on display, scoring a run and also 2 infield hits in the first 2 nights.
Going to be a very good player, no question about that. And back to the delivery of Kelly, just to finish that thought, when you're a pitcher throwing across your body a little bit, you don't worry about that if it's a little bit. When somebody's throwing way across their body, you think that they're going to lose something potentially.
Base hit out to left, and Prado being waved in. He will score. Gregorius back to the bag at first, diving in as the throw wisely went to the bag at second. And Arizona jumps out on top here in the second inning.
Kind of sticks the bat out, grounds it the other way. Hustling over first. If the throw came home, he was headed to second. Hustling all the way.
Well, they just stuck the bat out. Base hit between third and short. 1-0 lead.
Kelly, a bit of an enigma to me this year, Dan, because you like the stuff Joe Kelly brings to the table. He's throwing 95 miles an hour. Decent curveball, has a decent changeup, but there's something about the mix of those pitches that just doesn't seem to fit yet. And I don't know whether it's, again, the fastball command that's a bit elusive for him, that is where he has to start. But to have 4 base runners in the first 7 hitters, not what you would think you'd get from Joe Kelly a year ago.
Cardinals the other night with 4 double plays turned. They'd love one right here. That pitch, bottom dropped out of it. Now Cruz out to talk to Kelly, and I think Tony Cruz may have been either crossed up or just fooled by that pitch.
I'm
Didn't
sure
receive it all that well.
I'm sure he was crossed up, and the result is good. It's a changeup grip. He's looking for something different. There's the bottom dropping out, as you say, and he's not really prepared to catch that. I think he was thinking it was going to be a breaking ball. He was ready to kind of move away, and the ball came back over the inside half.
Again, Tony Cruz in the starting lineup tonight. Molina serving his 1-game suspension. Ty Wigington would be the backup for the Cardinals. And Ty Wigington, if you're wondering, has caught in professional ball 1 inning. I mentioned pro ball, not Major League Baseball, and he also caught an awful lot before professional baseball in high school and a little bit in college.
And Daniel Descalzo caught the Cardinal pitcher between innings the other day, so that counts as experience. That's something, isn't it?
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Will Nieves.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that, by the way.
No. And tonight, more than ever, watching the pitch count. 62 pitches in Los Angeles for Joe Kelly coming out of the bullpen. He's at 25 right now. And if there was ever a game that they needed him to be efficient, it's tonight. Here's 2 on a short hop, flip to second. There's your double play. 6-4-3. Heads up by Cosma to let it hit the ground. He probably could have caught it, but let it drop. And in doing so, turns into the double play.
Big jam shot on the Ave, who's swung the bat well of late. It's meant to be away. He doesn't hit his spot, but gets the job done. There's Cosma on the short hop, and don't you dare run into Matt Carpenter. Not today.
I'm coming out of the booth. Rick, I know you're passive. You'll stay up here and do the play-by-play.
No, I'm right behind you.
I've already got your views on pitching inside. Where's Hungo? Get Hungo up here. We need a 3-man tonight. 3-man booth. Let's go. Now, Ricky, let me tell you something. Slowly hit to second as Carpenter puts it away. So Wade Miley retired. And the Diamondbacks jump out on top early on, 1-0. Fox Sports Midwest Girl. And tonight, we'd like to say we broke the news to you, but we did we, Rick?
We were second.
We were second to Rennie Knott, News Channel 5. Taryn from Waterloo, Illinois, Mizzou grad, will join Kayla. And you can go to foxsportsmidwest.com. Like their page on Facebook. Follow them on Twitter at FSMidwest_girls. Taryn, welcome to the Fox Sports Midwest family. David Freeze, swing and a miss. But locally, my understanding is the sports director, Rennie Knott of Channel 5, Rick, broke that story.
The joys of Twitter.
Inside to David Freeze. And he has been red hot, leading the National League in hitting since May 17th. And third overall, Freeze, 14-game hit streak is on the line. Infield hit last night to extend the streak. That was surprisingly his 8th infield hit. And Freeze rockets one to right. And backing up to make the catch, Cody Ross. One away.
3 of the top 5 in the National League in terms of average on one team adds up to a lot of victories, and that's what we've seen from the Cardinals in the last month. Really all season long, Dan. 18 games over 500. 2.5 games up in the Central Division. The Diamondbacks are 2 games up in the West. And their team's a little different. They're just kind of doing it without 3 or 4 guys having big years. Goldschmidt certainly is in their 3rd spot, but everybody else kind of having their average year. But they do have pretty decent pitching and nobody else really running away with it in the West.
1 ball and 1 strike. Shane Robinson, lefty on the mound. John Jay has been struggling a bit, so it makes sense to give him his 2nd consecutive start. And he homered last night up the middle, and that's a base hit. The first Cardinal hit off the bat of Shane Robinson.
Robinson with a base hit, but this is David Freese. Notice his eyes right on the bat. It's hitting in the sweet spot of the bat. It's not off the end. It's not off the handle. He's got good lower half balance, and he is driving that ball to right field. Perfect hand placement as well. And the power of David Freese sent the right fielder Ross back a bit. Nice to see David having good balance at the plate.
Here's Tony Cruz. He started game 1 of the doubleheader on Saturday and had a pair of doubles. And he looks at a strike. I wonder if Mike Matheny flirted with the idea prior to the game last night of having Molina catch this evening and then staying with Cruz with Miller. That's who he caught on Saturday game 1. But after the long night, made a lot of sense to give Yadi tonight some rest.
No question.
Here's the 0-1. Cruz hits into a double play. Out at second and out at first. 5-4-3 on the double play. And we played 2 here at Busch Stadium. Diamondbacks on top, 1-0.
Robinson with a base hit in the 2nd inning. He's erased, but he goes in hard at second base, doing his job, taking out Bloomquist, our Plaza Tire Service replay. Shane Robinson playing hard, a home run here last night. And just a few seconds ago, we saw the Cardinal pitching staff working on changeup grips. That's Lance Lynn on the left. That's Adam Wainwright, the teacher, on the right. And you can always learn something at the ballpark, even if it's not your day to pitch.
Always found it interesting to hear the story of Bruce Sutter and how he learned the split finger. Didn't tell anybody about the surgery he had had. Shows up at spring training 2 months later. They see the scar on his arm and say, "What are you doing? What have you had done?" As Parra digs in, and Bruce Sutter was taught that pitch, and he said it took him all of about 1 day to perfect it. And he said it was just one of those things. Arm slot was perfect. Fingers were perfect. The hand allowed him to grip the baseball properly, and rest is history. He's in the Hall of Fame. Here's Parra at the top of the lineup for Arizona.
That's why every pitcher at some point, especially towards the end of his career, will try every pitch ever invented, because you never know if maybe I can throw a knuckleball. So you try, and if it doesn't work, you go to a fork ball, then try to throw from down under. And I've seen guys do that and extend their careers. So you make every effort. It's one thing to know how to do it, but the second thing is to be able to do it well. And then the third thing is to do it well consistently. And that's what we're talking about with Joe Kelly. It's not just having a pitch, having a changeup or a curveball. It's can you command it?
2-1 the count on Parra. David Freese is in and even with the bag down at third. Outfield is straight away. Parra grounded out to second on the first pitch of the ball game, and now Freese will back up a step or two. You know, watching tonight, huge David Freese fans. They're actually from Arizona. Dylan Wolf and Gavin Wolf, Christy and Adam Wolf. And they're back in their hometown of St. Louis and watching a little baseball tonight on Fox Sports Midwest. We love having them back home. 2-2 pitch on its way. And that's hit out of play. Look at the pitching breakdown now for Joe Kelly, and this is the pitch type and the percentage of what he's been using this season.
Yeah, real low number of curveballs, and you probably can add the curveballs and sliders together because they're essentially the same pitch, but changeups at 13%, 67% fastballs. Still, everything comes off the fastball. It doesn't, I mean, you can have command of your other pitches, but you have to be able to throw fastballs where you want to, because that sets up those curveballs and those changeups.
A 3-2 pitch on its way from Joe Kelly. Here it is. Ground ball. Cosma to his left, and he makes the play. MLB.TV celebrating 11 years. Nearly every game on television. That means you can see them wherever you may be in the world. So if you're Dylan and Gavin, Christy and Adam Wolf, you're in Arizona, but you're Cardinal fans, you say, I want to watch my Cardinals. So they can do that. MLB.TV. Here's Bloomquist with one out. He popped out to short. And the breaking ball up and in. So second time Cardinals have gone high and tight with Bloomquist, but this is what you were talking about. The first time, a little purpose behind it maybe with the fastball. That time just a curveball. We just showed you he's barely showing that and throwing that at any time this season. And there it is again.
It is a curveball, but it's suspiciously high and tight to Bloomquist. Carpenter hit 3 times yesterday. Kelly has had trouble with his breaking ball today. The first few that he threw, Dan, he actually held on to too long and pulled it across the plate. And those two he released too quickly, and it stayed on the right side of the plate. Intention? I don't know.
Jammed him. It's popped up. Cruz can't find it. Doesn't matter. It's in the green seats. However, Rick, if you're going to send a message, it is a wet night. Showed you the stat of the curveball. Rarely throws it. Struggles with it. If you're going to send a message, it's coming with a fastball.
I would think so.
2-2 pitch. Bloomquist grounds it to short. Cosmo. 2 away. Take a look at our Twitter poll. And by the way, we had a lot of fun in our social media night last night. So much so it was trending even as late as this morning on Twitter. So thank you very much for all that. We ask you your favorite division postseason home run. What era? And what team? What individual? Some great ones here in the last few decades of St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and a perfect time to bring that up because arguably some would say the greatest postseason home run ever hit. Mr. Gibson, manager of your Diamondbacks.
We've got some good ones too. Ozzie, Clark, Edmonds, Pujols, and Freese. Cardinal fans remember all of those, spanning more than 25 years, all postseason home runs. Kirk Gibson's home run was in 1988, and that was the last time the Dodgers were in the World Series.
A guy named Rick Horton was on that team.
I was in the appropriate bullpen to enjoy that particular home run.
It's swung on and missed by Paul Goldschmidt.
Jesse Orozco picked me up and carried me around the bullpen in celebration. I'm not sure why he did it, but he did.
It really overshadowed one of the great moments in Tigers history because of that home run. Remember, Gibson had another one postseason play in 1984. Strikeout for Joe Kelly, his first of the night. Your neighborhood hometown grocer. And the Chipotle Chicken Club combo is back for a limited time at Jack in the Box. Try one today. Fries and a drink, just $4.99 plus tax. Bottom of the third inning rolls in. Wade Miley and the Diamondbacks with a 1-run lead.
A lot of talk in the last couple of weeks about the Cardinals struggling against left-handed pitching. They did do well against Clayton Kershaw. Miley looks to be pretty sharp in the early going to me. He's throwing very hard, kind of sneaky quick, seems to have good command, and hard for me to imagine that this is a guy who's had a 9 ERA in his last 4 starts.
Liner into right center field and on the run and making the catch, Parra. Last 2 nights he's been in right field, and tonight the start in center. We'll take you back to 1988. Maybe you can find Ricky Horton in this video here. 1988, Eckersley was ahead 0-2. Gibson worked it full. The 3-2. And one of the most famous home runs in baseball history. Kirk Gibson. And a walk-off winner for the Dodgers.
His only at-bat in the 88 World Series made Tommy Lasorda a genius and a Hall of Famer. And there isn't one teammate that would have said it was a good idea to have Kirk Gibson bat in that situation.
The fly ball to right off the bat of Joe Kelly. You know, he still goes into Dodger Stadium, and it's one of the plays that he will talk about of his playing career. And he says he looks for what he calls seat number 88, reminiscing about 1988. And maybe some of this will jog your memory a little bit, Rick, as he did have a little bit more hair back then, too. But Kirk Gibson said he woke up in Santa Monica that morning, barely had slept, underneath his legs. He had the pillows to prop them up, couldn't walk, couldn't even jog in his living room. And he used a 31-ounce bat in that at-bat that you saw there, because he knew a heavier bat he was going to struggle with. He told Mitch Poole, who was at the time in your clubhouse, to tell Lasorda, I'm ready. And he said his knees and his legs at that time were numb. He said the fans were going crazy. That also numbed out any of the pain that he had. And the Dodgers advanced scout said that Dennis Eckersley would definitely try to throw a backdoor slider. And he said for whatever reason, he said right before the 3-2 pitch, I remember that, looked for it, rest is history.
I was in that meeting when that scout said what you just said, and he said, I guarantee that if it's a game on the line situation to a left-handed batter, he will throw you a backdoor slider to try to get you out. And he said that as clear as can be.
There's Carpenter slicing one into left center field. He's off to the races. And Carpenter now at a 14-game hitting streak.
Double number 19 for Matt Carpenter. On base percentage over 400 for the season. He got hit 3 times yesterday, but not showing any effects on that particular swing. I like the at-bats he has against lefties too, Dan. He does not get kind of blown away by a left-hander. Doesn't get embarrassed, doesn't get cheated. It's a lot of balls hard.
Also said in that story, and I talked to Gibson about it, said he had the ball game on while the treatment was happening on his legs, and Vince Scully, who was calling the game for NBC at that time as Beltran fouls it back, kept repeating, you will not see Kirk Gibson tonight, and probably you won't see him in this series, but definitely will not hit tonight.
I saw all the stages of it in the Dodgers clubhouse. Saw him grab a bat and start thinking about it. Saw him start to hit against a screen, a batting cage screen in our clubhouse when he could barely stand up, thinking, what in the world is he doing? Actually, he was in gym shorts and a t-shirt at the time, halfway through the game. And when he actually came to the plate with the game on the line, everybody in the bullpen, we almost thought it was cruel to put him in that situation. Dennis Eckersley is the best in the game right now, and you're sending up a guy that can barely stand up. And that's what makes that home run so dramatic. That's why, not just the fact that it was a game winner, helped the Dodgers go on to win that World Series, but because he had to overcome all the physical issues he was dealing with. I tell you, he was a leader too in the clubhouse. I'm sure he's a little less fiery, Dan, and he's talked about it with me, a little less fiery than he was 25 years ago. A little more, I guess I would say, subdued, but he would certainly help get a club ready to play.
Check swing by Beltran, 1-2. By the way, he played at Michigan State, and he played football and baseball there, and he has a Kirk Gibson Foundation, and he auctioned off that bat, and it went for $1.1 million for his foundation and scholarship, and that's the most for a bat, just behind Babe Ruth's bat that he hit his first homer at Yankee Stadium with. He's a tough guy. He didn't attend his son's graduation last year from college, and a lot of people were scratching their heads saying, well, why would you not do that? And he said, because you're supposed to graduate. What's the big deal?
Very, very Gibby-like. First time I met him, he said, walked up to me in a hotel in Montreal when I was traded there, and he said, what are you going to do to help my team win? Not hello, who are you, how are you, how was your flight? Glad you're on our team. It was, what are you going to do to help my team win? I don't recall what my answer was, but I recall the pressure of the moment.
He was also a 7th-round pick of the St. Louis Football Cardinals.
Correct.
Little known fact about Kirk Gibson. The 2-2. Little chopper hit towards third. That's Martin Prado. Throw up the line. And Beltran retired. 1988 backdoor slider. Rest is history. Michigan State says thank you as well. Tickets anywhere you'd like. Home or road, StubHub, StubHub.com, and Fan Rewards. Joe Kelly back to work. It's Kubel, Ross, and Prado.
Kelly has retired 5 straight. Kept the ball in the infield. Starting to settle down some. And the Cardinals really needed him to be good tonight. And so far, so good. Just 1 run through 3. We talked about it in the open, Dan. Very light Cardinal bullpen right now.
It's still a very light rain here at the ballpark, but enough to where the grounds crew came out, worked on the field, deemed it playable, and away we go here for the top of the 4th.
Fully expect us to continue playing and not to have to deal with a rain delay or a suspended game here, but I'm curious if this game had been called after 2 innings and became a full restart. What does that do for Yadier Molina and a suspension? Does that count on a game that never happened? Is he suspended for a day? Is he suspended for an actual game? I'm asking that question rhetorically, Dan. I know you're not a rule book and not the kind of thing we've dealt with before. Maybe somebody on Twitter has the answer to that.
And a more concern then would be your pitching and what you have to do after those 2 innings. Tough to bring a guy back. As Kubel lifts a fly ball out to deep left. It carries and stays in the ballpark. As Holiday makes the catch. Try the new Egg White Delight McMuffin. Only 250 calories and only at McDonald's.
Don't you like it when I ask hypothetical, rhetorical questions that we don't know the answers to?
Not really. Just
makes me feel
even smaller. Thanks a lot. I would assume, Rick, that would not count, as Kelly can't make this play, but it doesn't matter. It's a foul ball off of Cody Ross. And let's take a look at Holiday here.
We talked about the importance of finding the wall last night in the telecast. Holiday finds the wall, then settles underneath that ball. He didn't really see it that well off the bat, but he made sure that he wasn't going to run into the wall, turned back, and bottom line is he caught it. Cardinals collectively have been very good at catching the baseball, Dan. Still #1 in terms of fielding percentage in the National League, and still #1 batting average, still #1 team ERA, and just all kinds of good news with this 2013 Cardinals club.
Also mix in the defense. The Cardinals have committed the fewest errors in the game. 19 total errors. That's it. 3 players, including Matt Holliday, leading their position. Fielding percentage. There's a fly ball lifted into right field. Beltran, who's committed 2 errors this season, puts it away. Fielding percentage can be a little bit misleading because if you don't have great range,
well, it's not the whole
story.
Into
a lot of balls.
I don't think it's misleading. I just think it's not the whole story. It's part of the story. I mean, you still have to catch the easy ones because a lot of them are easy ones, and easy throws across the diamond where a lot of errors are made by infielders, just kind of sailing the ball over the first baseman's head, turning into 2 base errors. We've seen that so infrequently this year. But the zone rating and the plays made out of zone certainly complete the story as far as the defense is concerned. And when you talk defense, you have to think about the coaching of Jose Oquendo.
Martin Prado. General manager Kevin Towers making the move to get Prado. And Kevin Towers has taken the philosophy that he had in previous stops. He's traded away players that had that high strikeout numbers and the reliance on home runs. So Upton gone. Chris Young was dealt as well. He went to Oakland. Stephen Drew traded last year to Oakland, and now the shortstop is playing for Boston. Those are the 3 longest tenured players gone. So really changed the makeup of this team.
By the way, our St. Louis Sports News Twitter site that was trending last night has replied that if there is no game, it's not official. It wouldn't count towards Yadi's suspension. No game suspended.
Fisher. It's the Jeff Fisher and Friends Celebrity Softball Game on Sunday. For details and info, go to gatewaygrizzlies.com/tickets. Rams fans out there, Jeff Fisher will be with us tomorrow for an inning or 2, maybe 3. We'll see how the team plays.
Sounds good.
You
Look
bet.
forward to it.
And Marshall Falk in last week.
Coach Fisher might give us a little workout. May have to do some weightlifting. Might have to run some plays. Maybe he needs a little help designing a play or 2, Dan. Maybe we should be prepared for that.
I like their chances to make the playoffs this year.
I agree.
keep all that four-pillar stuff. Just give me guys that can play.
I want both.
Shocking coming from me, huh? Here is Matt Holliday. First plate appearance, he walked. One walk issued by Wade Miley.
You said that.
Okay. Make sure that's on Twitter, too.
Yeah.
Wade Miley wasn't sure he'd even be a major leaguer at the start of last year, and then he winds up making the All-Star game, and as you talked about, second to Bryce Harper for Rookie of the Year. If it wasn't for an injury, they had Takashi Saito. You remember him?
Sure.
He was injured at the very end of spring, and so Miley made the club, and they had already some lefties that were a part of their bullpen and their staff, so he thought he was an afterthought. He figured that he was headed to Reno, pitch at AAA, now a major leaguer. And just by watching him and what he's done here tonight, hard to believe that Wade Miley last month was awful. 1-5, 28 earned runs in May.
Bit of an old rookie a year ago. He is 26 years of age, but he is pounding the inside half of the strike zone against right-handed batters. He's kind of got that pitch down pat for a left-hander to be able to get in on righties. 47 total pitches, but that inside pitch very key.
2-2 the count to Holliday. Holliday, base hit into left. I thought last night he was seeing the ball a little bit better.
Agreed.
And he has walked and singled here in this ball game. Speaking of the inside corner, that's where he caught Craig his first time up, pitching inside, and it was a called third strike in our Hyundai replay here to Holliday.
Well, he tried to go in, but the ball came back over the middle of the plate, and that's what happens often from a left-hander. For some unknown reason of the universe, a left-hander's ball tends to sail back to the left more so than right-handers. Ball players all know that. Nobody can explain it.
League average off the bat of Holliday is 107, and the league average is well below those triple digits, so that was the hit speed. The ball coming off the bat of Matt Holliday. Coming off the bat there, another rocket. This time it's Alan Craig, and the Cardinals have something going here. First and second, nobody out.
Craig's such a disciplined hitter. Nine-game hitting streak for him, and plenty of Cardinals with hitting streaks, Dan. We've talked about Carpenter extending his to 14 games. David Freese has a 14-game streak currently, but Craig, Beltran also have nice streaks going.
Freese lined out to deep right field, first time up in his career, 2 for 3 with a walk. After that line out against this lefty, Wade Miley. Chance to tie it up for St. Louis. And Freese hits a fly ball into right field. Ross makes the catch. Holliday will test him. Remember, no Para in right tonight, and a big difference there, and you saw that in the arm.
Again, an average arm for Ross in right. Para much better than that. 6 outfield assists already this season. There's Ross in right. Didn't quite have enough time to get behind that ball that was hit deep enough that he had to still kind of almost be on his heels when he made the play. Good base running by Holliday.
Shane Robinson, single up the middle, first time up. Average now at an even 200. Just looks a lot better, doesn't it? Not hitting below that 200 mark, even if you're a part-time player.
Looks better, feels better.
Steady rain here at the ballpark in St. Louis. showing bunt and takes a ball low.
That was interesting. Certainly not a squeeze. Holiday not moving off a third, so that would have been a bunt for a hit, and Holiday would have had to read it almost as a safety squeeze. Teams are starting to go to that a little more, Dan, where guys at third are prepared to react to somebody bunting for a hit where it's not exactly a squeeze situation.
2 balls and 1 strike. Arizona really bailed out last night by Josh Colmenter, 5th Diamondbacks pitcher to throw at least 4 innings of relief twice in a season. Did it twice against St. Louis.
We mentioned it in our open, Dan, but 4 Cardinal pitchers, Manus, Rosenthal, Mujica, and Butler, all went 2 or more innings last night. And with Colmenter going 4, a very rested Diamondbacks bullpen, despite the fact that they had to pitch 14 innings.
2-1 pitch. Robinson up the middle. We are tied. Shane Robinson, a base hit to drive in Holiday, and it's a 1-1 game. Robinson with his 4th driven in this year. Initially off the bat, I was thinking double play.
Absolutely. But the ball scooched past the shortstop, Gregorius. Look at him, he's playing up the middle as well, so he's waiting for something to be hit to his left that he can turn into a double play. But this one hit on the nose by Robinson. It shoots through the infield, perhaps off the wet grass a little bit. It kind of skidded past the shortstop.
I also wonder about the footing out there for our fielders too.
No question. Not much time to react, though. That ball was hit hard.
So here's Tony Cruz. He hit into a 5-4-3 double play. First time up.
So he hit it hard.
Cruz lines it foul.
So he hit it hard, Dan, but just how hard did he hit that ball up the middle? Not Holiday hard, but 92.8 miles an hour, the hit speed for Shane Robinson. And again, it's not that the water on the field is going to make that ball speed up through the infield, but what it does is it provides less friction. So instead of the grass slowing it up and the shortstop being able to reach that ball and turn it into a double play, it's an RBI hit for Robinson.
And Cruz late with that swing. Strike 2. Colorado, 6 home runs in their ball game, which is 1 shy of the club record set back in 1997. Cargo, 14th 3 home run game in franchise history. 2nd time he's done that. And the Rockies have a 12-4 lead in the bottom of the 8th against Cincinnati. That is at Cincinnati, if you're wondering. Runners in scoring position. Tony Cruz has followed suit with everybody else, it seems like, in this lineup and delivered with runners on. Little tapper, and Miley the only play to go to first. Cruz retired, extends the inning to Pete Kozma. As far as an 8th place hitter is concerned, Pete Kozma, 42 hits from this spot in the lineup. That leads all of Major League Baseball, and 18 RBIs from the 8th spot. That stands out for you. That's 2nd best in all of baseball. He's committed 1 error this year. May have taken longer to develop than people would have liked, but I think we're watching a guy that is not going to wow you, but is putting up steady play, steady numbers. And that's what you hope from a major leaguer. And again, this is a guy that was drafted out of high school, took a while to develop. Some wondered, would he make it to the big leagues? Well, here he is, the everyday shortstop for the Cardinals, but a team that has the best record.
Some Cardinal coaches believe that maybe he was pushed a little bit too far too fast, which is why his numbers weren't good in the minor leagues. But certainly been productive at the big league level. He is 0 for his last 20, trying to shake out of that.
Good stop by Nieves. Two outs, runners at second and third for St. Louis. The tie ball game here in the home half of the fourth.
First base open. Pitcher Kelly hitting next.
Kozma, chopper towards short. Tough play here. Gregorius makes it. Cardinals pick up the RBI from Shane Robinson, and we're tied up 1-1. We'll jump ahead to the fifth. Return to St. Louis Sunday, June 23rd. That's now a night game, and it's the 2011 World Series Game 7 replica ticket. 25,000 fans will take that home. So get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. And we actually have 23 of those, 23 of the 25,000 that are autographed by number 23, the MVP of that 2011 World Series, David Freese. So hopefully you're a winner for that giveaway.
Light rain not affecting play yet, and the fans seem to be just getting along quite nicely.
No issues.
No problems. Some using the umbrella. Some, it seems like chivalry would say that shouldn't the guy be holding that? Wouldn't that be appropriate?
It's amazing. When we play golf, you make me hold the umbrella.
There's another example. Now, the guy's got it there. Well, Dan,
that's chivalry in my mind. I think we're taking on the right roles. Hey, what do you say, Rick? There's a ball to the shortstop of Arizona. I just didn't play ball there, did I?
No. Bad ball, Danny.
Gregorius looks at a low strike from Joe Kelly. So here we are in the fifth inning.
We have some fans that don't really even care about the rain at all. They're not worried about it. They don't have the umbrellas out. They're just getting wet. They're watching Cardinal baseball. Who cares? Messing up the hair a bit. Those guys don't care.
It's a good change up there by Kelly.
Having fun at the ballpark.
Little tapper to the right side and a foul ball. Cardinals and Shelby Miller out tomorrow night. Good seats still remain here at the ballpark. We'll have that for you. Remember, the start time is 6:15 tomorrow. 6:15 with our first pitch. Ian Kennedy and Miller. Then it's off to Cincinnati. And we'll have game one of that series for you. Good matchup, too. Wainwright and Mike Leake. Cards and Reds on Friday night. The 2-2. Jammed him. Popped up. Kozma going out. And he makes the play. Go back to the Twitter poll presented by AT&T. And no surprise here, the David Freese walk-off home run. Game 6, 2011. Your favorite of those magical moments for St. Louis.
Really remember all of those moments. It's really hard to not want to vote for all of them in some ways. And I think the age of the voter probably has something to do with which ones got the most votes here. But
how recent.
But how great is it to have that many moments to pick from?
Just thinking that. Arizona has one of the great moments ever in baseball history with Luis Gonzalez and walk-off hit off of Mariano Rivera, Game 7. It was such an unbelievable series. It was Arizona and the New York Yankees and 9/11 just hit, and the magical moments the Yankees provided in that series, and for a city like New York, it was at least a break from the reality of life, having a chance to see one of their favorite teams go into postseason play. Or the term Mr. November, when Derek Jeter hit a home run as the calendar turned. Young Hung Kim was torched in that series, but it was Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. They were remarkable in 2001. Staff ERA, by the way, was 1.94 for the Diamondbacks. And Schilling and Johnson were co-MVPs. Randy Johnson now is a professional photographer. I don't know if you knew that, Rick, and I
have heard that. I have heard that. You wouldn't think there'd be too many ex-players who went that road. Some guys get into coaching, into business, different things, but photography, that's a new one on me.
I wonder if anybody would push his camera. Remember when he got to New York?
I do remember that.
Here's a 2-2, and he got him to chase it. Nieve strikes out. He's hit into a double play, and he's 0 for 2.
You would think he would have the leverage to get some shots others might not be able to.
I would think so.
Talk about the postseason play of the Diamondbacks, Dan. We'll look at that off-speed pitch one more time from Kelly. Circle change. Actually spinning sideways and way out in front is Nieves. But this Diamondbacks organization really began in '95. It was their inaugural season. Didn't take them long to be good. And they've been competitive quite a number of years. 5-time National League West champions. And they built a history quickly, is what I would say about the Diamondbacks. Thought the Marlins were headed the same direction. They won quickly, but then dismantled quickly.
Twice.
Joe Kelly is now retired 10 straight. And give some credit to the catcher, Tony Cruz, who has a catcher's ERA under 2. Those two working very well together here tonight.
Broken bat. Wade Miley put away by Kozma. We're talking about postseason heroes. Maybe none better than that man, number 23, David Freese. Never get sick of seeing that. Looking forward to it. The Great American Ballpark, that launching pad Friday night, 5:30. Weekend set in Cincinnati. Wainwright, Ian Kennedy going tomorrow, and it's Wainwright, Mike Leake on Friday. Miller going for St. Louis tomorrow.
Always high tension in that series, isn't it?
Always.
And there doesn't even really have to be a reason other than you've got two very good teams playing well that have been in the race the last few years, and that's really how things started with the Mets many years ago, and a lot of good rivalries are really like that. Teams that just are good playing against each other. There's always a lot at stake.
Slowly hit, and it stays fair. So Kelly is retired with the first out. Big Cardinal fan, Kelly Juliet, watching Cardinal baseball tonight. She turns 32. Happy birthday to Kelly Juliet. So here is Carpenter. Double to left center. That was back in the third. Reach base now in 6 of his last 8 plate appearances. 9 of 13 overall. If you feel bad for Carpenter, maybe you should feel bad for Shin-Soo Choo. He's been hit by a pitch 17 times already. Leadoff man for Cincinnati.
Dan, when you hear that, though, you know that that's a case of somebody who's looking for it. I mean, 17 times means he's sticking an elbow in, sticking a knee in. Why would you want to hit an on-base percentage guy on purpose?
And I think he is one of the players, while it has been curtailed how big the armor is, so to speak, but he does have some of that on the front arm. But that has been a great trade for Walt Jocketty and the Reds. How about the red hot Matt Carpenter? Parra and Carpenter, the two leadoff men. And in this series, Matt Carpenter has been amazing. 2 for 3 tonight. Beltran, a bouncer at third. Out at second, and they turn 2. 5-4-3 double play, that combination. Did it back in the second as well. We jump ahead to the 6th. The start from his good buddy on the mound, Joe Kelly. And what's on tap? It's Ian Kennedy. What's on tap? Brought to you by Budweiser. And we'll come your way again. Note the start time tomorrow. Early start, 5:30 tomorrow. 2-3, the high ERA for Kennedy in his career against St. Louis.
Very odd for him too, Dan, because he's one of the National League's best. And the Cardinals hit him around pretty good. Let's hope that continues.
Sapar leads it off. Grounded out on the first pitch of the game to second. Also grounded out too short. And a breaking ball and a strike. Randy Choate getting loose in the pen. Up the middle. Cosma may have been off the bag and out at first.
Very good concentration by Pete Cosma. He had to be ready for just about anything on that ball. Headed towards that second base bag. Just missing the back corner of it. Keep the feet moving. Keep the head steady. You know, it's what defensive players learn, that if your head's moving as an outfielder, infielder, and you're not steady, if your head's moving, the ball's going to be moving. It's going to be jumping around on you. And hitters at the plate, pitchers on the mound, vision so important. And if your head is not steady as part of your foundation, Joe Kelly's doing a lot of things in his motion, Dan, but the head's steady. There's not a lot of movement with his head. Eyes always on the target.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Willie Bloomquist. He's tied up. Two and one the count. Bloomquist is popped out to short, also grounded out to short. Goldschmidt is on deck. And that's a foul ball. The Cardinals, I'm sure, are thrilled with what they've seen here from Joe Kelly. Gave up a run to Arizona in the second inning, none since. Kelly has struck out 2, and his pitch count at 76. Wonder just how much longer they could go with Joe. He's not due up for quite some time in the lineup. Here's another base hit left side past the diving Freeze. Let's tell you 3 things about Joe Kelly you should probably know about. Give you a little bit of his resume and profile. Here it is. First career hit was a game-winning RBI. That was last year in Miami. Infield hit. He beat it out. He was second among National League rookies in that ERA department, and pranked the media into believing he was related to Machine Gun Kelly. And that kind of gives you a little insight into how much fun Joe Kelly can be.
He does like to have fun. He's a prankster, good sense of humor,
good guy.
And it was reported all over the nation that he was related.
He loved it.
To Machine Gun Kelly because it was in the media guide, and many of us, including yours truly, believe it to be true. If it's in the media guide, it must be true.
Here is Goldschmidt. Enjoys the movie Goldmember.
Is that the media guide?
Internets. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And he hits it out to deep right center. Robinson hustling on the move. It's going to be Beltran. Carlos casually coming into your picture and saying, "You got this. Don't worry about it."
And that may be it for Joe Kelly with a left-hander. Kubel coming to the plate. Choate is ready. Pitch count at 80 for Joe Kelly. And there's the sign from Mike Matheny. Outstanding job of pitching tonight. Spot start for Joe Kelly. And he could hardly have been better. Just 4 hits in 5 2/3 innings, giving way to the veteran Randy Choate. And a nice round of applause for Joe.
Fajita sub only at Quiznos. The Cardinals, Fox Sports, and the state of Missouri teaming up to help you stop smoking. For more information, call the Quit line 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Nice note from Nigel Powers. Wants to say hello to Rick Allen Dan, watching in Evansville tonight. Nigel Powers. Well, here's a look at Randy Choate, our Chevy called to the pen. And Randy gave up a base hit on Sunday. 2 inherited runners came around to score. And Joe Kelly, good job tonight. 5 2/3, stretched out, and has a chance to maybe assert himself for some more starts down the road. Who knows?
There was question about whether it would be Seth Maness or Joe Kelly in the start, and Mike Matheny, I think, didn't really want to mess with what Seth Maness has been doing in that Cardinal bullpen. But Joe Kelly certainly throwing himself back in the mix again. And the way it works in this game is you pitch well, you earn more innings. You hit well, you earn more at-bats. Still a game of performance. Randy Choate has been performing very well this year. You mentioned his last outing. Gave up a hit to Brandon Belt. But unusual for him. He's been good at stranding runners. The ERA under 1, excuse me.
So 2 outs and a runner at first. This is Jason Kubel, the 30-year-old, originally from South Dakota, and that's a strike. Couldn't hold up. His best season was in the Metrodome. That was in 2009 for Kubel. He said he loved that hitting background in that ballpark. Also, he's talked about the hitting background very similar that he has at his home ballpark now. Known as a gaps hitter. So that would serve him well in the National League West with Chase Field and Coors, Petco Park, and AT&T. There's that slider. Mentioned it, game 2 of the series. Randy Choate in spring training. Cardinals gave him a nice contract, situational lefty, advanced age, and there are times you're watching him and you wondered what is going on here. He did not look like Randy Choate.
To call it a slow start would be kind. And he would admit to that. It was frustrating for him, for the Cardinals, to find a way to get him right. He just was not making very many good pitches, was having a hard time even getting the right work. We were there the day that they sent him down to the AA, AAA games and had him throw in multiple games in the same day. Just kind of bounce around from one game to the other.
Hit out to left, and Holiday can't make the catch. Off his glove. The wave in the runner. Relay to the plate is not in time. The throw down to third, nearly in left field. And it's a 2-1 Arizona lead as Holiday couldn't come up with it. Bloomquist scores. Hard hit ball off the bat of Jason Kubel. Looked like he initially had it in the glove and then popped out.
Not a lot goes well on this play, that's for sure. It hits the heel of his glove, so Holiday drops it. That's problem number 1. But then even on the relay, there was a chance to get Bloomquist, who runs well, at the plate.
The ball should have been caught.
No question.
And so with that, it's now a 2-1 lead for Arizona. And it's an error on Holiday. And Arizona with the lead, 2-1. Now Holiday led his position in fielding percentage coming into play tonight, along with Jay and Cosma, and that's only the 20th error collectively by St. Louis. Will it come back to haunt them in this game?
It's already hurt him, but it haunts you if you don't come back and win. You forget about it if your team comes back at the bottom of the 6th inning and scores 3 or 4 runs.
Book is now officially closed on that man, Joe Kelly. 5 2/3, pair of strikeouts, 4 hits.
So the ball is dropped first by Matt in left field. Then he gets the ball in, and Cosma, offline throw to the plate, might have had a shot at the runner there, and now you got a shot at the runner at third and another wide throw. Not the Cardinals' best moment defensively.
And a grounder that's hit to short. Cosma makes the play. Here by Holiday, and with that, Arizona on top. 2-1 midway through 6. championship beer stein night. First 25,000 fans, 21 and over, get the third stein in the championship series, celebrating the Cardinals' first World Series win in 1926. Rangers will be here. Hope you will be as well. Cardinals.com/promotions. Interesting enough, it's Matt Holliday who leads it off. Funny how baseball works out that way. And he looks at a ball. Holliday has scored the only run for St. Louis. He's been on base twice with a single and a walk. Can't say enough about Joe Kelly. The one earned run, one unearned run. 2-1 lead for Arizona, but really gave what the Cardinals needed tonight. Innings.
Solid game for Joe. Cardinals are going to have to find some innings out of their bullpen from somewhere. Last 3 innings, we mentioned that Michael Clado has been brought back to the big leagues. Victor Marte sent out. But not a lot of fresh arms out there.
Holliday strikes out. And that's how we start the bottom of the 6th.
Matt loses an opportunity for redemption here on that off-speed pitch, down and in. And one of the things I love about sports in general, Dan, but baseball in particular, is there are underlying storylines throughout a season and on a team that are just your basic storylines of life. You know, dealing with success and failure, redemption.
Smoked out to center field. Parra back, and that is how it's done. Look at that catch by Parra. Takes the hit away from Alan Craig. What a catch from the D-back center fielder.
Well, yesterday we were wondering why this guy has a gold glove at his house. He was struggling a bit defensively, and this play reminds us why. Wow, straight away from home plate. Ball was tagged by Alan Craig. Watch the good hands too. Once it hits his glove,
the perfect jump as far as timing is concerned.
He almost regrips it a little bit. When his foot hit the ground, he regripped it to make sure it didn't pop out. And that really done with instinct in mind. That was some play.
Now David Freese lined out to right, also flied out to right, 0 for 2. 14-game hitting streak is on the line this evening. Strike 2 on Freese. Wade Miley in good position to go deep into the scheme. Only 77 pitches. Up the middle, hitting streak continues for Freese. Now at 15. Carpenter has extended his hit streak to 14. Extends the career best mark to 15 games.
John Mabry happy about that. Right back up the box. Miley had 2 things in his mind: ducking and trying to get his glove back to make the play, and those 2 things worked against each other a bit. So not able to knock that ball down. Base hit for David. All smiles, as he should be.
Shane Robinson, 2 hits up the middle. 2 outs, runner at first. Reaching for it, taps it foul. By the way, Yadier Molina, again, if you're just joining us, suspended and serving that suspension tonight of 1 game at the start of play tonight in the National League. The league's leading hitter is Yadier Molina, now at 348. Went 2 for 7 last night. Chopped on the ground. Prado makes the play. Bopara, 6 outfield assists to lead the National League, and also flashing the Gold Glove leather. What a play in center to take a hit away from Craig. Stadium. Very light rain right now, and the Head & Shoulders whip package for Joe Kelly.
Just 2 strikeouts for Kelly, but he gets one of the National League's best, Paul Goldschmidt, in the 3rd inning, and then he strikes out in the A base in the 5th with an off-speed pitch. But a very good outing for Joe Kelly. You mentioned 5 2/3 solid innings, just 1 earned run, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and only 4 hits. 80 pitches for Joe Kelly.
Randy Choate came in. Got a fly ball to left field. Turned out to be an error on Holidays. He dropped it. Not an easy play, but a play that should have been made. And with that, a run came around to score. That was Willie Bloomquist, and here is Martin Prado.
Randy Choate put in a situation here to get a little extended work. You really can't use your specialist like a specialist when your bullpen is short.
Sometimes I don't mind that.
I think you've got to do it this way out of necessity. Very rarely do you see Choate pitch more than an inning, but I think that's what we're going to see here. I expect him to go an inning in the 3rd.
I think sometimes managers can fall in love with the matchups, and there is something to be said about extending Randy Choate beyond a 1/3 of an inning, keeping him sharp as well.
So there's the lefty-righty matchup extension you're talking about, but there's also the extension that happens in a bullpen when you have a reliever that can go multiple innings. We've talked about it already, but Josh Colemanter being able to go 4 innings yesterday as a long man who had been a starter before, that's just huge for a bullpen to have one guy that can do that, and frankly you stick with him. Lefty righty doesn't matter. He had to have an at bat in fact in the game, but hey, he's our guy. Extra innings, we want our bullpen to be strong the next day. I guess a question may arise, could Joe Kelly become that guy for the Cardinals, where you look at him as not just a an inning guy or a right-handed specialist. Colementor deserves the day off today. Twice he's done that to the Cardinals. Multiple innings in extras. But if Joe Kelly could be that guy, I think a long reliever is underrated. Not because they'll win that game for you, but because they'll set up the rest of the bullpen to win games to follow.
I thought as the game went on, we started seeing the Joe Kelly of last year, too. Seemed like he got into a rhythm.
And Mike Matheny was asked about how does Joe Kelly handle not really having a role. And Mike was very quick to answer that, Dan, which I really liked. He said, look, his role is to get people out when he gets in the game. And it's a pretty good job to be a big league pitcher. And very kind of short, terse answers from Mike, which I think is the way it is. Being a long reliever in the major leagues, nice job to have.
3-2 lifted into left center field. Robinson won't get it. Thinking 2 out of the box and getting there is Martin Prado. If Robinson felt like he couldn't lay out for that. If he does, might have been able to make that play. Would have been sensational, but the very last moment kind of tiptoed to it. Drops in for a double for Prado.
Prado hits it well. Goes to the right spot. As you say, thinking double all the way. Hustling. The ball hits not that far from Shane Robinson. Almost as if he lost it the last few feet of its flight. You hope he wasn't worried about Matt Holliday.
Gregorius trying to pull it to the right side. He does, but foul. Happy 40th birthday. Tom B., our director, wants to say hello and happy birthday to Bill McKenzie.
There's Prado rounding first. Angel Hernandez making sure he touches the first base bag.
Remember last year, Beltran in the hitting cage, and only time I've seen it work at first base where they came out and appealed and won in a major league game. Change the complexion of the game. That's up and in. That's a strike. 0-2.
Looks a little bit like Matt Carpenter yesterday, doesn't it? Although this one doesn't get his hands, it gets the bat. Turns to square, up and in. Chance to ask Shane Robinson a number of times about that play that he had in the minor leagues, Dan. It was just a horrific collision in left center field, and I believe he broke some bones in his face and was just a knocked cold. In fact, both he and the left fielder were on the ground for an extended period of time.
On an 0-2 pitch, he hits Gregorius. They do have the right-hander ready to go. Frustration right now for Randy Choate.
As tough as that play was for Shane Robinson, he believes that that's in his rearview mirror. He says he doesn't really think about it very much, so he's exploring the thought about whether or not that was kind of in his mind on that play in left center field.
So runners at first and second, nobody out. He had Gregorius at 0-2 and it hits him. Off the glove of Craig, and it sneaks through. How did that get through? A run will score to make it 3-1 Arizona. And a base hit, RBI, Will Nieves.
A lot of things going wrong for the Cardinals the last couple of innings, and this ball sneaks under the glove of Alan Craig and the glove of Matt Carpenter into right field. And even if Carpenter comes up with this, Randy Choate wasn't covering first base. Just kind of a off defensive couple of innings for the Cardinals.
We have back-to-back lefties here, including the pitcher Miley and then Parra. And that is a strike. Still nobody out. Runners at the corners.
Well, the hit by pitch really, as you
Sure
said, the frustrating part of this inning. You're going to give up some hits. Well hit by Prado. The double left center field going to happen. The right-hander, but got to get Gregorius out, especially if it's 0-2.
Oh, 2. Cardinals with their short bench tonight, probably a short pen as well. But you do not have the services of Molina tonight. So from the right side, you've got Wigington, left side, Jay, Descalso, Adams.
And what happens with the other right-handers that I mentioned that all threw 2 innings last night? I think what happens is swing and a miss. Good moment there for Randy Choate, who snaps the ball as it comes back from Tony Cruz. But what you do is you canvass all those relievers and you just say, can you? How much you got? And you go through each one of them. That's the way you do it. And honestly, you can throw 2 innings one day and come back the next day and feel fine. And the same guy maybe a couple weeks later throws 2 innings and just doesn't feel right the next day. It's very kind of tough to judge. And that's why you got to rely on some honesty from your relievers to say whether or not they're up to pitching an inning or not.
And I guess the question becomes, too, for Mike Matheny, why start Choate this inning and extend him? And part of that answer may be what you're talking about is short pen. You also had Gregorius, a lefty, Miley, the pitcher spot.
Yeah,
and then you've got Parra. So it is maybe part of the thought process for Mike, too.
There's no question that this is his inning period and from the get-go. I mean, you've got Michael Clado out there, but who's going to pitch the next 2? Clado has been conditioned as a starter. And there's no question we'll see him eventually.
.1-0 pitch with the infield in. Ground ball and a play at the plate as Craig will run Gregorius back to the bag at third. Tackled him for a loss.
Alan Craig did a wonderful job on that rundown. Cut down the number of throws to 0. And we've seen this as a problem this year with the Cardinals. He does the right thing. You go to the lead base and run him back to the previous base. And Gregorius is trying to get the guy to come to third, but he's a little late, and Craig realizes he can tag him before he gets back to the bag without a throw. And there's the tackle. The tag. Nicely done, Alan Craig. Very
Double
well
switch
done.
now coming up. And here comes Plato. Also Jay. 3-1. Log on right now and you'll read Ben Frederickson's story on top MLB draft prospect Devin Williams from Hazelwood West. It's on FoxSportsMidwest.com. Cardinals had many of the local prospects at the ballpark yesterday for workouts in front of John Mozeliak and his staff. Ben Frederickson, Stan McNeil, two great baseball writers. You can read them at FoxSportsMidwest.com. Chevy called to the pen. This is Michael Plato out of the Dominican Republic, part of the Brendan Ryan deal from a few years ago.
Plato has very good fastball, velocity, high 90s, has been conditioned to be a starter in AAA, worked against Albuquerque on May 29th. He went 6 innings, gave up just 3 hits in his last outing, so he's got plenty of rest to deal with, and I expect him to be in for the duration of this game. Walked 5 in that game, had 7 strikeouts. And part of the deal for Plato is, as we mentioned early for Joe Kelly, is fastball command.
And part of the move for Mike Matheny is John Jay. He's in center field. It'll be Cruz, Cosma, and Jay looking at the home half of the 7th for St. Louis. As Plato brings it in at 96. Remember a few years ago they got him and we heard about this big power arm. Well, now he's just one of many.
Yeah, right. He's still throwing just as hard. Everybody around him's throwing that hard, though. Bob Brenly asked me before the game, who does TV work for the Diamondbacks, he said, where do you get all these guys? It's incredible, one after another.
The Cardinals made a significant financial move. That's a nasty pitch right there. We haven't seen that from Plato, but they made a significant move down in the Dominican, in Puerto Rico, and said, okay, we're going to change the game here for us. This is around 2004 to 2006. We're winning. Lots of money coming in, sustained winning, and we need to, if we're going to stay at this level, find the best talent literally in the world. And so we've got to upgrade our facilities. They've done that. A guy named Oscar Taveras was found that way. And some of the others as well. Carlos Martinez. You know, you're talking about young players that are inexpensive in baseball terms that can make a difference.
And having lived in the Dominican, part of that deal is you have to have enough of a presence there to where you have sold your franchise to them. So they're excited about being Cardinals or Dodgers or Yankees or whatever the team may be.
On the inside corner.
Is it on the inside corner? Close enough.
It hasn't been all night, but we'll take it now. Strike zone's been pretty good from our home plate umpire. Paul Nauert. There's that breaking ball again. Count is full with runners at first and second.
Folks that have not had a chance to visit the Dominican Republic, there's some great resorts there. And again, you think of these young players coming out of that country, a chance to play in the big leagues. Birds on the bat for Michael Plato, and again the mystique of what it means to come to the United States and be a big leaguer for the, and you fill in the blank in terms of the organization.
95 miles an hour this time they get Bloomquist. It's been nearly hit 4 or 5 different times tonight, and with that, second man that's been hit by a pitch in this inning, and the bases are loaded for Arizona. Look who's at the plate. Flip side of what's gone on with the Cardinals is that Arizona has done a great job in their drafts and also in their trades and what they've gotten in return. And here's a 8th round selection in 2009. He was originally drafted by the Dodgers in the 49th round, didn't sign. Then 8th round, Paul Goldschmidt of Arizona. 5th season in the Diamondbacks organization, and he has all kinds of accolades on his resume. Player of the Year in 2010 for the organization. minor league player of the year in 2011, two-time MVP of the Southern League. Played the futures game. Big guy, 6'3", 250 pounds, and he can actually run a little bit too. 2-0. Diamondbacks, as Derek Lilliquist will visit with Plato, but what they love is the fact that Goldschmidt, Rick, has made the adjustment, which is what young players have to do, as you all know. Had a very long swing, and that's been cut down a lot.
Well, he has such raw power, he doesn't need a long swing. And we saw him take a ball to right field today with a bit of a short stroke. And now you're talking about development. You're talking about drafting, scouting, international scouting, and really the new era of Major League Baseball. You ask the question, do you trade well, or do you draft well, or do you develop well? The answer is yes. You have to do it all. And the good teams are trying to do it all. Just as it's a new era of baseball to say, do you take the wisdom of the older players, or do you take the new ideas of the sabermetric guys that are studying the numbers? The answer is yes. You take both of those too. And that's the new era of baseball. I think the Cardinals are winning because they're embracing all the areas we're talking about. If you get pigeonholed into just one, I think you're setting yourself up for failure.
2-1 pitch. 2-2. And also another trend started by John Hart when he was with Cleveland, was taking players at Goldschmidt's age or in service time and saying, look, we're going to lock you up. We're going to give you financial security. Yes, it's a risk on our part. And Goldschmidt got a 5-year deal with an option for his 6th. But he's got financial security.
He's happy, they're happy.
You buy out arbitration years, you buy out free agency years. And that is also a trend that the Cardinals have used quite often. Molina, Wainwright,
Alan Craig
right now. The 2-2. Goldschmidt hits it out to deep left center field, and he may have just put this game out of reach. It's a grand slam. He smoked it on a 2-2 pitch. Rainy night. Well, it started to pick up, and with that, the fans say, I'm out of here. Second grand slam of his career, no doubt about it. Power, hello, meet power. Goodbye.
There's the power of Clado, down and in. The power of Goldschmidt. 4 more RBIs for him, and he now has 53 on the season already.
Might be able to hear a pin drop by the end of this night here at the ballpark. A 5-run 7th inning.
Cardinals have not lost a series since the end of April. 11 straight series. They're not able to come back in this game tonight. They would be in danger of losing this series. With Shelby Miller and Ian Kennedy pitching game 4. This one not over yet. But that grand slam, certainly a big dagger.
And there's a strikeout of Jason Kubel. Time to stretch. Healthcare, and we appreciate their sponsorship of Cardinals baseball season long. Molina leading the league in average. How about Dominic Brown? He has been on a tear. Paul Goldschmidt, that is updated following his grand slam moments ago. Corbin, we don't even see him in this series for Arizona, on pace for 25 wins and no losses. Not sure that's going to happen. Shelby Miller leading the league in ERA, and A.J. Burnett closing in on the century mark of strikeouts. But Goldschmidt, his 14th home run, and now 53 RBIs. Here's Tony Cruz.
One other player that we have not mentioned that is on the disabled list for Arizona, and a guy that they are very high on, is Adam Eaton. He has had an elbow issue, and he's been on a strengthening program to try to get his arm back into shape. But he's a guy that can just flat out hit. Hitting the high 300s in the minor leagues, and not a big guy, but was projected to be their everyday center fielder. Talked about Daniel Hudson, Brandon McCarthy, 2/5 of their rotation out. Diamondbacks, I would suspect, will be in this till the end in the National League West. The Giants didn't really show me anything that would make me think they're going to run away with it.
Not until their pitching gets straightened out.
Right.
Kane and Lincecum. Ground out off the bat of Tony Cruz. Here's Pete Kozma. We have kind of taken for granted, I think, Rick, it's come to a screeching halt. Last night, the late loss, and then tonight down 7-1. You take for granted the winning the Cardinals have been doing.
Right.
It's just not supposed to be that easy. And the other thing is, you know, going into Milwaukee a month ago, sweeping a 4-game series on the road. I mean, that's just stuff you don't see. Trying to sweep the Giants at home, couldn't do it, but they're winning, as you said, series after series.
And it isn't easy.
And there's a base hit for Pete Kozma.
Good for Pete. First hit of the night, breaks an 0 for 21.
What a great deal on Cardinals tickets. Fill up at Phillips 66, 8 gallons or more. Now until June 30th, receive 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. Here's Jay with a base hit into left center. Part of the double switch now in the 9th spot in the lineup. John Jay picks up the hit. Good to see him do that against the lefty. And it brings in Matt Carpenter. We'll see if that gets activity going in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Only 88 pitches on the night, though, for Wade Miley.
He's been very effective despite what he's done his last 4 outings. On the season, first 75 pitches. Opponent's batting average just 251. Seems like that 76 pitch is the magical one. Hoping that trend will continue here.
Hit streak at 14 for Carpenter as he looks at a strike. It's another multi-hit game for Matt Carpenter. That's 24 this season. He's gone from being a backup, looking for a spot, to now can't leave him out of the lineup. He's got to play somewhere. It means too much to this club.
Can certainly make a case for Marco Scutaro having the best offensive year among second basemen in the National League, but Matt Carpenter can't be very far behind him. A half a tick behind him. On base percentage is high. His defense has been better than Scutaro's, who has 9 errors at second base. Definitely should be getting some all-star consideration. Up the middle, it hits the umpire. Dead ball.
Everybody goes to their bags. It's a base hit for Carpenter.
I don't recall the last time I saw that.
That's embarrassing right there. Nothing you can do about it. That's the second base umpire, Jordan Baker.
Jordan Baker made a bad call at third base last night, and that might have been a double play.
Or it might have been a base hit. But I'm with you. I think probably double play. Matter of fact, Rick, once again, I wish you wouldn't have done it, but you've handed those Cardinal red colored glasses to me, and I saw base hit, RBI.
I know, but
and then reality hit, Rick,
just
on the replay.
Trying to be honest here.
Well, Carlos Beltran could make this awfully interesting. Activity now in the bullpen for Arizona. Beltran hitting from his lesser side of the two. But the base is loaded, 1 out.
A 3-hit night now for Matt Carpenter. I'm scratching my. I cannot remember the last time I saw that.
Seen it hit the base runner plenty of times, but the umpire seems like they're always able to get out of the way. 1-0 pitch. A little extra jump on that fastball at 92. Ten grand slams in his career. Beltran is hitting .477 with runners in scoring position this year. He rips it fair. Here come the Cardinals. 2 runs will score. Beltran hesitated and wide. Runs into an out. Made the turnaround first. Waited just a bit, then ran right into the out.
Ball just inside the bag. And perhaps he thought he was going to throw to third, but the throw comes into second, but out by a very large margin is Carlos Beltran at second base.
Watching the replay, I'm with you. I think Kubel kind of deked him.
Yeah.
But Beltran made that turn, wasn't going hard, and then thrown out at second base. Little things tonight. But Kubel, you could tell he was looking at third. Beltran saw that. Watch. Whoop. That's a heads-up play by the left fielder of the Diamondbacks. Holiday and what they've done, all in the top 20 with their averages with runners in scoring position. Pretty impressive as Beltran has added to that, now up to 478. And here is Holiday. So base hit, 2 RBIs for Beltran, then thrown out by Jason Kubel. And Holiday bounces it to deep short. Long throw, and they get him. Cardinals pick up 2. 7-3 Arizona. Sports Update with Jim Hayes. All right, Jim, thanks. That's good news. That would mean that Pittsburgh, the Cardinals cannot come back, would stay 3.5 games out. Cincinnati 2.5 games out. So Cardinals will roll into Queen City in first place of the Central, regardless of tonight or tomorrow. Again, we'll have that game for you on Friday night. Michael Clado, second inning of work. He's shown a pretty good slider a few times here.
Feels like the lead is bigger than it really is, Dan. 7-3 with a couple innings left. You'd say, well, that's not insurmountable, but there's something about the way this game has transpired that the breaks don't seem to be going the Cardinals' way.
There's that slider again. 0-2 on Cody Ross.
You make your own breaks, of course. The Diamondbacks were able to pick up 5 runs on just 3 hits in the 7th inning against Choate and Clado, and the Cardinals picked up 2 runs on 4 hits in the bottom half of the inning.
Ross here, then Prado and Gregorius. Cody Ross is grounded out to third, fly to right, also grounded to short. He has stranded 3 alone. Did not go. 2-2. Shelby Miller going tomorrow night, also on the cover of the latest edition of Cardinals Magazine. Cardinals.com/publications. Also now you can get that online. Steve Zesh and his crew do a great job. Cardinals.com/publications.
Agree 100%. Photos are always great in that publication.
Well, as you mentioned, Rick, it's been a night where the Cardinals not quite clicking, just a little off, and that was the Holiday error, costly back in the 6th inning. And you had that base hit just sneak through, and then Arizona, how about Parra? What a play in center field. And then the big blast in this game, Goldschmidt, the grand slam. And then this play, Kubel getting Beltran, not even close. Cardinals, if Beltran stays at first, have big bats coming up. 2 runners on, only 1 out. Change the complexion of the inning.
The 5 pitches that we just saw have entirely changed the complexion of this game. Matt Holliday catches the ball. That infield ball on the right side is caught. A play made at first. Parra drops the ball in center field. You make a better pitch to Goldschmidt. And we're looking at an entirely different game. Fun thing about baseball is that's true almost every night. But you don't get to take those pitches back, obviously. You just have to live with them, make an adjustment, and keep going.
Rain picked up just a little bit here at the ballpark. 2 balls and 1 strike on Martin Prado. Pair of doubles tonight, 2 runs scored, double to right center. Also has popped out at second. 3-1. This is well hit. Center field. John Jay with room. So here's what you're talking about, Rick. You never know what you may see when you come to the ballpark. So, well, you've got 13 scoreless innings, and then in the 14th, well, let's just each put up a 5 spot. That is odd.
That is very odd. 33 hits in that game, but no runs through 13.
Two outs. Didi Gregorius. A strike to Gregorius.
Understand it's getaway day for the White Sox. That'll be a long, I guess it's a happy flight, but it's a tired flight.
It's about 5 hours. I've done that flight before. I've gone from Vancouver to Seattle, Seattle, Chicago, Chicago, Jupiter. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. But you know what, Rick?
I'll bet.
It beats working for a living.
And I'm sure the White Sox are feeling that way, despite having to take that long to pick up a victory.
1-2 pitch. And that'll find the seats out of play. Plato here, I'm thinking maybe Segrist at some point, depending on how things unfold here. As the Cardinals have had great success dipping into the minor leagues. These are corresponding moves and things that you must do with rosters, but he is someone that the Cardinals really like, and I'm sure they don't like this. Plato hits his second man.
Are we even yet, Dan? You're keeping track over there. I know you are. You got those little tick marks.
Yeah, that's 3. I'm good. And 2 on Didi Gregorius. Why not one more? With, won't hurt anybody, huh? Except the guy that's standing in the box. I'm sure, and we're all just kidding, right? By the way,
of course.
I'm sure, though, when you were pitching, you were ordered at times, whether someone told you or not, you knew there was a guy you had to go get. You're protecting your teammate. Wow. That's up and into Will Nieves. So Was it hard? As crazy as it sounds, some guys say, I've tried and I just can't hit a guy. I mean, I was really trying to hit him and I just couldn't do it.
I wouldn't say it's easy. I think you have to pick up a different target than you're used to picking up. Not that I want to go through the anatomy of how to hit somebody, but you're so used to hitting the glove, and then you have to throw to something other than the glove. It's like a pitcher that throws batting practice to a guy in a cage and there's no catcher there, and you're throwing off the hitter. It's just not what you're used to visually. So to actually try to go up and in.
And that pitch is driven into left field. Gregorius actually deking Cardinals outfielders as he can fly. So you saw him kind of stutter step a little bit around the bag at second, and then boom, off to third. Watch him here. Woof. Kid could fly, huh? One of your former teammates I used to love watch hitting the ball in the gap. Willie McGee.
Oh, yeah.
Watching him run. Here's Eric Hinsky. 2 outs, runners at the corners. He's been a pinch hitter for the 3rd time now in this series. .186 this year, 1 home run. And he's driven in 5. Runners at the corners with 2 down here in the top of the 8th. And that's in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. No activity in the Cardinals bullpen. This is all Clado. .3-0. Wade Miley has a chance to pick up the win tonight for Arizona. Miley 6 2/3. Cardinals with 11 hits against him, but only 3 runs, and not the kind of ratio that Michael Clado was hoping for tonight. And he walked him. So the bases are loaded.
Dan, you asked me about the anatomy of throwing at somebody, and folks certainly always want to know how that works and how people are told about that. And there was an incident in Chicago. You're talking about protecting a teammate. Really, there was a player on the other team that was showing up our manager. And I got in the game later. I saw it. We all saw it. And as I came into the dugout, it was my rookie season, first time pitching in Chicago. The player who was showing up our manager, I'm not going to mention his name, but it rhymes with Larry Boa, was standing at third base and had pointed into our dugout because we'd walked the guy intentionally before him to pitch to him, and he got a triple. So he was pointing into our dugout like, don't walk anybody to face me. So we didn't like that. And I had a coach.
And there's a base hit into center. Just keep going with the story.
Maybe he'll throw him out. We'll feel better about it.
2-run score, 9-3.
We had a coach. It was not the manager, came to me and said, all he said was, as I entered the game, I was in the dugout before I went onto the field, he just looked at me and said, you understand, right? And that's all he said. And I said, yes, I do.
Did you get him?
No, but I had a really good one up and in on him. The throw from John Jay. Big hits tonight for Arizona.
Now hold on.
And the best part of it, I didn't hit him. Then I finally got him out, challenged him with a changeup, and as he popped up and was running around the bases, he ran by the mound and was screaming at me. And Terry Pendleton yelled back at him, there he is, go get him. Which I was really not in favor of Terry saying that. And Boa didn't come after me. Oh, I didn't say who it was, did I? He didn't come after me, but he was yelling at me all the way back to the dugout. And that was the last of it.
Was the coach upset that you didn't get him? Now, you got him out,
no,
but you didn't.
No.
So you did enough with the message of up and in.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Message was sent.
Well, up and in, not head up and in,
Right.
but chest up and in. Well, he fell backwards. His bat went up in the air. It was kind of like, Charlie Brown when he gets the fastball up and in. The shirt comes off. Kind of like that.
Sounds like my career. Short-lived. Base hit into center.
Oh, boy.
And this makes it 10-3. So base hit, RBI for Bloomquist. Pair of hits. And was hit by a pitch, so has a run scored. Diamondbacks have 9 runs combined the last 3 innings. And there's a look at your run differential. Innings 1 through 6, and then what happens late innings? Not what you want to see. Now it has changed with Mojica. I think you would agree with that.
Well, I think the 1 through 6 is so extraordinary because his starting pitching's been so good. Joe Kelly was good tonight. That's a positive that you take from this game. I really feel for Michael Clato right now. Obviously, he's not at his best, and he has to kind of just gut it out because there really isn't anybody to help him. And that is a lonely, lonely feeling. And I would say that there are members of the Diamondbacks right now that are also feeling some empathy for Michael Clato. Not going to stop him from swinging the bat, but they just feel for the guy. I mean, he's a professional athlete. He's a big leaguer. He's having a bad day, and he's got nobody to help him. Terry Pendleton had 3 hits off of me in one game, and every one of them was a rocket. And I was in this kind of situation with the Dodgers pitching against the Cardinals in St. Louis. And I looked back at Terry, who was leading off at second base, and he had his head down and he was shaking his head. Terry, very good friend of mine. I saw him after the game. I said, "What was the matter with you?" And he said, "I never felt so bad to hit a ball so hard in my whole life."
Somehow I think that was meant with a little sarcasm. What do you think?
I mean, the fact that he said it was, I think he was serious. I mean, he felt for me because we were neighbors when we were teammates and good friends, very good friends. And I just couldn't get anybody out, and he was one of the main culprits.
Can I make a statement here to counter your point?
Go right ahead.
I don't think there's one guy in that Diamondbacks dugout that cares one bit that Michael Clato is struggling.
I don't agree.
I think there's occasions where that happens, but maybe I don't see that tonight.
Don't agree. There are pitchers, especially. I'm just saying empathy. They're glad it's happening. They just feel for it. Brought to you by Bud Light. It's the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Rainy night at Busch Stadium. Arizona Diamondbacks. 5-run 7th, a 3-run 8th. Lead St. Louis 10-3. Our Chevy call to the bullpen is Will Harris. We've seen him in this series, and the Cardinals have a big hill to climb here tonight. They've actually out-hit the Diamondbacks 11-10, but the Diamondbacks have had all the big hits, and the Cardinals have not.
Matt Adams at the plate. I have figured out what has happened to me, Rick.
Enlighten me.
Adams hits it sharply towards short. Shift was on for Adams, and there's one away. So this is my 16th year doing the games, right? And 16 years with Al. So Al would have said, Dan, not only do they not feel for him, but they're going to pile on, maybe charge the mound. He's going to walk away with black, whatever. It's just going to get worse. But now you come in the booth and you talk about empathy. So I have to catch myself, I think, is what's going on.
I understand. I see.
Okay.
Well,
I see both sides of it.
There may have been a time where this game had very little empathy. Doesn't stop the competitiveness, though.
No, it doesn't. Down there in that Arizona Diamondbacks dugout, waving their hands in the air as if there are no repercussions. Strike 2 on David Freese. Extended his hitting streak to 15. The base hit up the middle back in the 6th. And he strikes out.
Revisit the comment that you made earlier about how spoiled we've been watching this Cardinal team, and I think that's a perspective that we have to keep. Cardinals began play 2.5 games in first place, 18 games over 500. Have been the best team in Major League Baseball, and this game is not going to be on the highlight reel. No question about that. A lot of mistakes. Relief pitching hasn't been good, although there's some reasons for that, which go back to the 14-inning game yesterday. Some highlights: Joe Kelly, good outing. Matt Carpenter, 3 hits, but you're going to have clunkers.
Plato strikes out, and we'll jump ahead to the 9th. It's 10-3 Arizona. of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form in the accounts and descriptions of this game. May not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Clayto's still in. He'll finish this game off. Cardinals with some changes as well.
Daniel Descalzo has moved in to play second base. Adams stays in the game at first, and Carpenter has moved to right field. Ty Wigington is now the left fielder.
Jason Kubel leads it off here in the top of the ninth in a 10-3 Arizona lead. For 3, a walk back in the first. Did not play in game 1 of this series. Played last night and again here in game 3. And a fastball at 93 from Clayto. Rick is a very positive guy, and be around him every day. You get this great vibe of happiness.
I'm getting ready to duck, by the way.
And
I know it's set up when I hear it.
No, not at all. I'm complimenting you and being just a beacon of hope for all of us that follow the Cardinals. But even you can have your moments where you're a little down. And I got to tell you, Rick, you're a little down.
Well,
and this is something that's really going to upset you. And you might take issue with this. We're going to give the Budweiser Player of the Game to an opposing player. Paul Goldschmidt, Budweiser Player of the Game.
2 for 5, grand slam. Big hit in this ball game. And yeah, I feel a little more down having just said that.
Need you to pick it up by tomorrow. On the air tomorrow early, Rick, 5:30.
I'll be ready.
Here's Cody Ross. I think you need to start reviewing some game tape when you get home tonight. Roughly around 11:30, my guess. 11:45, Chateau Horton.
I'm very optimistic about tomorrow.
As am I. Shelby Miller getting that start.
One of my favorite sayings, optimism is a force multiplier.
Interesting.
Colin Powell, that's one of his great sayings. And I believe that optimism in this game is a necessity. And sometimes you have to search for it as a player after a bad day. You have to, again, come back to Joe Kelly was good today. Let me think of another positive. Matt Carpenter, 3 hits.
Look down at your scorebook.
Well, let's just say it wasn't.
Nothing really stood out for you.
It wasn't going to roll off my tongue. Shane Robinson, a couple of hits. David Freese extended his hitting streak.
Carpenter as well. That last foul ball. Again, I will question where your instincts are these days because, first of all, late to the party if you're going to catch that. Secondly, clearly out of our reach here in the booth.
Well, that's why.
Clearly, Rick.
That's why I didn't go for it. Had good understanding of where that ball was headed, Dan.
Strike out of Ross. Let's full disclosure on that one, Rick. You were halfway in my lap. All right. Okay.
Was that the closest we've come to getting a foul ball up here?
We had one that hit right in front of us, but did not make it in. At the old ballpark, I had a couple make it in. Then I would hang out the booth, offer that prime souvenir to a young fan, and then I'd sit right back down and keep it. No, I wouldn't, Rick. I'd throw it out to an adult to catch it and make sure that they handed that ball to the youngster.
Good call.
Now, I have been known to throw some peanuts out of the booth as well as an apple and a banana. That's true.
Seen you do it.
That's up and in to Josh Wilson. I think everybody is saying to Kirk Gibson, do me a favor, Kirk. I'd really like to see some live BP, but maybe not against Michael Clado tonight.
Well, we certainly evened the score on the up and in and the hit by pitch, but honestly, from a team standpoint, the best revenge against being hit a bunch of times is just go out and beat him the next day. And unfortunately, the Cardinals not playing well here tonight.
And there's a strikeout of Josh Wilson. We'll see the former A's shortstop, switch hitter Cliff Pennington.
All the work the Cardinals bullpen had here yesterday, one of the things you really hope for is that Clado could finish this game out, and it hasn't been pretty. But by him finishing it out, you've got a better chance of the Cardinals being more well rested as a bullpen going into some very important series on the road. Especially the Cincinnati Reds.
What do you think, Rick? Down by 7. Mr. Positive.
Still could happen. Optimism, a force multiplier.
Game show for you, and that is all coming up. Some changes as the lefty Sip is in. Pennington at shortstop. Wilson stays in the game at third.
You've seen Sip before. He's come over from the American League. A couple of lefties in the pen for Kirk Gibson. He's our Chevy call to the bullpen. Pretty, I would say, solid bullpen. Nothing spectacular. They certainly miss J.J. Putz, who's out with an elbow strain. 10 walks, a high number for Sip. He's going to have to walk 10 guys tonight to make this game interesting.
Well, suspension will be through after tonight for Yadi. There's a positive.
I knew you'd come up with one.
A.J. Pollock, by the way, is taking over in center field.
Where is Danny Graves when you need him?
We got Mabry here. He was the one that had the big hit.
Isn't David Weathers part of one of those?
Yes, he was. As Cruz drives it into center field. Pollock going back, and he makes the catch. Oh, what a play that was. Parra earlier in center field, and now A.J. Pollock. Great play.
He sat around the entire game, goes out to play defense for the 9th inning, and comes up with this play. First batter he sees up against the center field wall. Parra made an outstanding play early on, as you mentioned, and Pollock as well.
Here's Cosmo. Popped up on the infield. Cardinals down to their final out.
Like somebody pulled the rug out from under Bloomquist right when he was ready to catch that ball. And how he stood up. Like he was catching a bowling ball that came out of the sky. All smiles about it, and why shouldn't he be? His team's up 10-3 with 2 outs in the 9th.
Here's John Jay. 2 outs, nobody on. Jay single. Part of a double switch, his first time up. Again, the early start time tomorrow. Game at 6:15, so we will be on the air and come your way at 5:30 with Cardinals baseball. Shelby Miller making that start. And this should do it. Shallow left, and no, it drops. It's about the only mistake by Arizona tonight.
Pennington and Wilson, the left side of the infield. They both entered the game late, and they both wanted to catch this ball, and neither of them did.
Fastball taken high by Carpenter. Matt Carpenter, hitting machine right now, average at .330. 3 more hits tonight. Pair of singles and a double. How about that? 4-hit night for Matt Carpenter. This guy's something else, huh?
Sure is. Another hit against a left-hander. I wouldn't wake up the kids yet on this game, but I do like the fact that the Cardinals are still swinging in the 9th.
We just need a downpour, and then it'll be a perfect night. Then we can finish at 3 in the morning. You know, I heard it's been done before.
Getting a little sour, Dan.
Not at all. I just think it makes a lot of sense. If you can get that game in, why not try to finish it before 4 in the morning? 2 runners on, and it's 1-0 count for Descalso. How about this as Daniel drives it into center, but that'll stay in the ballpark. Pollock comes into the ballgame and tested a couple of times out there in center field. And Kirk Gibson and the Diamondbacks have taken 2 of 3. Will try to win this series tomorrow here in St. Louis.
The good news is the Cardinals will have Shelby Miller on the mound leading the National League in earned run average. But tonight, nothing went well for the Cardinals except for the start of Joe Kelly. He went 5 2/3 innings, just 4 hits, 1 earned run. Very, very good job for Joe. Unfortunately, things fell apart after that.
Goldschmidt, the grand slam. Big difference in this game. 10-3, Arizona.